We have a couple of vehicles that are blocking our rabbit and poultry barn. If you could please move them so that cars can get through, we would greatly appreciate that. We have a gray Ultima, a light blue Subaru, and a dark blue Kia. Again, please move your cars. They are blocking the way. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2021 Mills County Fair Beef Show. Our judge is here and we're getting ready to start here in a few minutes. So we're going to do first call senior showmanship. We'll try to get started within 5 minutes. So first call senior showmanship. Senior showmanship. We are very fortunate to have 15 seniors involved in senior showmanship, so we're going to divide it into 3 groups to get started. So the first group of Maggie Begbie, Levi McDonald, Ryan Stortenbecker, and McKenna Kohler can now enter the ring for the first class of senior showmanship. Senior showmanship. We are very fortunate to have 15 seniors involved in senior showmanship, so we're going to divide it into 3 groups to get started here. I would like to introduce our judge for the day is Mr. Cade Brocker. He's from Underwood, Iowa. He's currently a crop insurance adjuster and raises Simmental and show cattle with his family in Underwood, Iowa. So let's give a warm welcome to Cade Brocker. We are very fortunate to have 15 seniors started here. I would like to introduce our judge for the day is Mr. Kane Brocker from Underwood, Iowa. He's currently a crop insurance adjuster and raises Simmental and show cattle with his family.
I think over there. You probably get it.
good group of senior showmen to go ahead and start off today's show out here. We're going to have the two young people over here to my left back out here for senior finals. I kind of went back and talked to them on some things that I'd like to see them improve on and some things they did good. But great group of senior showmen out here. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause, please.
Cox and Nathan Rohrberg. Thank KCSI Radio here to my left. They're streaming the shows for us this year, so we're very thankful to them. For people that couldn't come to the show and can still be able to watch it at home. The showmanship class is what the judge is doing, is placing these individuals on how well they're doing showing their calf, and has nothing to do with the quality of the animal. So right now the judge is going through and visiting with each of the individuals and seeing what they know about the project, and then he's placing them on how they show their calves.
Another great group of showmen out here. We're going to have the top two from this class back to our senior finals again. That top three was pretty competitive there, and it was just some kind of small personal things that sorted it for me. But again, a great group of kids out here. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause, please. We'll see them back at senior finals.
First place in that class receiving a purple ribbon was Dylan Cox. Second place in that class also receiving a purple ribbon was Kaylee Chilton. Third place receiving a blue was Nathan Roberg. Fourth place also receiving a blue was Carson Chilton. And fifth place receiving a blue was Alyssa Montgomery. We're now ready for the third class of senior showmanship to be entering the ring. There's another 5 of them, being Sydney Rober, Natalie Goodman, Lydia Foose, Stephen Barrett, and Logan Hughes. Stormers 4-H Club are selling raffle tickets for a Split the Pot raffle. Right now the pot is up to $250 and will continue to grow as the fair goes along. Tickets are $1 a piece or 6 for $5. They're currently in the northeast corner of the arena here now and would love to sell you a raffle ticket.
She said she told me that her dad and uncle told me. Our viewers will be like, this just got better. That's a good idea.
A nice way to round out our heats out here for senior showmanship. And again, we're going to bring out these two young people on the end here for finals out here. Again, I went and talked to them and gave them some pointers on some things to work on, and I can elaborate further on that when we get all these exhibitors out here for finals. But again, let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause, please.
First place in that class receiving a purple ribbon was Logan Hughes. Second place receiving a purple was Sydney Roberg. Third place, receiving a blue, was Stephen Barrett. Fourth place, receiving a blue, was Natalie Goodman. And fifth place, also receiving a blue, was Lydia Foos. We will now have the final drive where we will show for champion senior showmanship. So we will bring out the first and second place of each of the first three classes. Winning that first class was Levi McDonald. Winning that second class was Dylan Cox. And winning that third class was Logan Hughes. So they will now show off for champion senior beef showman. The trophy for senior beef showmanship is sponsored by Dane Cruz, and the reserve senior beef showmanship trophy is sponsored by Christensen's Diamond C Simmental. So if either of those are here in a few minutes when we present those trophies, you can sure come down for a picture.
She does have the attitude.
She doesn't know how to drive.
Great group of showmen out here for this senior final drive. Showmanship was something that was super important to me during my 4-H and junior show career because I didn't always know if I had one that was good enough to compete in the show, but I knew that I could get out here, do my best, compete, try my hardest, and hopefully get a banner to bring home at the end of the day in showmanship. So showmanship was something that's super important in our barn, and it's definitely going to be super important as my kids and my nieces start showing. So some different things that I'm looking for out here when we're evaluating showmanship is just kind of, making sure you have control of your calf and making sure you get them set up at all times. That's something that's really paramount out here for this senior showmanship. And then past that, it kind of gets down into some little nitpicky things, like making sure you know where you're at in the ring in relation to the rest of the cattle and in relation to where the judge is at and all those things. So if any of you have the opportunity, take it to go out and watch some other shows and get more ring time and more ring experience because it'll pay dividends in the end. But again, like I said, a great group of showmen out here. I think there's two that surface to the top fairly quickly for me. They just do a really good job of making sure they got their cattle set up at all times. They've got good control of them. They know where I'm at in the ring, and those things are pretty important to me. So, folks, let's give these kids one more round of applause. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Senior Showman goes to Logan Hughes. Reserve Champion Senior Showman goes to Dylan Cox. The pictures here, we'll be getting ready for the intermediate beef showman, the next class. There will be 5 of them. The participants in the intermediate beef showman will be Haley Mae Hughes, Mason We currently have some cars, vehicles that need moved that are blocking the drive up here by the Rabbit building. So if we have 3 vehicles that need moved, we have a dark blue Kia with Mills County plates WILD 5. We have a gray Altima with Mills County plates IVW 719 and a blue Subaru with Mills County plates CUP 131. So if you have any of those 3 vehicles that are up there by the poultry building, could you please move it? You're blocking the drive and we need you moved.
I meant to tell you. You told me the girls might have said what we used them yesterday. I put it in today.
since we just have this one class of intermediate beef showmen, the judge will select these here now for the champion intermediate. The trophy sponsors for this champion intermediate beef showman trophy is sponsored by the Laverne Roberg family, and the reserve intermediate beef showman trophy is sponsored by the Kenneth A. Crouch Memorial. So if any of those people are here to present them trophies here in a minute, they can sure come down and present the trophy to the winner.
People like to see our faces. Yeah, me.
another good group of showmen out here, and I did things a little bit differently out here. I just kind of brought them in and placed them in no particular order. I placed them out here in no particular order just to kind of run them through the ring and see how they reacted to some different situations. A good group of kids out here. There's 2 or 3 that probably sort to the top for me in terms of being your champion in reserve, but they do a really good job of keeping control of their calf and keeping them set up at all times. And that's something that I'm going to continue to stress all day is make sure you get these cattle out here and get them presented and set up correctly, because those are some things that just help your calf look a lot better to the judge and all those things. So I went through and gave the kids some critiques and some things that they did good and some things that they can work on. But again, I continue to advise you to go out and take any opportunity that you have to go watch more shows and find some other people that are being really successful in the show ring and really learn some small tricks to kind of elevate your show ring or showmanship game out here. But again, let's give these kids a round of applause. Please, I'll go get you a champion in reserve.
Again, thanks to the trophy sponsors, Champion Intermediate Beef Trophy by the Roberg family and reserved by the Crouch Memorial. While we get these out of the ring here, we'll be prepared for the junior beef showmanship, which will be next. I believe there's 8 participants in that class. So you can get ready. Your junior beef showman will be Landon Blades, Megan Hughes, Ava Grendel, Colton Burgoyne, Kelsey Hughes, Max Kohler, Grant McAllister, and Dylan Poles. They'll be up next. Will be your junior beef showman. The ring. While the judge works through this class of junior beef showmen, I just want to take a minute to recognize our Mills County Fair Board members. They put a lot of work in throughout the year so that this event can all be possible. So if you see any of these following members, just please tell them thanks and keep up the good work. The following Fair Board members, a lot of them are around here today. So at the beef show, Julie Newholfen, Holly Vinton, Greg Schoening, Ryan Wilkenbush, Rusty Holbert, Bob Bloom, Jared Mayberry, and Mary Bolton. Let's give them a round of applause and thanks for all the work they do through the year. While we work through this junior beef showmanship, just want to announce the trophy sponsor. So if they're here and are to present the trophies here for the picture. The Junior Beef Showman Trophy is sponsored by the Gordon Bud Madison Memorial, and Reserve Junior Beef Showmanship Trophy presented by the Carl Mental Memorial. So here in a minute, we'll present those trophies and thank you for those sponsorships. Finishes up this junior showmanship class. Just want to announce first call for Market Steers Class 1. After we get this picture taken for these junior showman winners, we'll move right in to the first class of lightweight Market Steers Class 1.
A great group of young people out here to round out these showmanship classes here today. This showmanship deal has been an absolute pleasure to judge. We've had great kids to work with all day, very professional and very clean, and they present themselves very well. And as a county, I think you should all be very proud of that and how these kids come out here and work on their projects and all those things. Some things that I'm looking for out here again today in this junior division are just making sure you've got control of your calf and making sure you can set it up as best as you can. past that, I like to make sure that these calves stay in line when they're on the side profile, and just kind of dialing in on some things like that. And I kind of went through and gave these kids again some more pointers for some things they can work on to improve on in the future. But again, keep learning, go out, watch some of the older kids, learn every chance you get, and it'll pay off dividends in the future. Folks, let's give these kids one more big round of applause. I'll go finish up and get your champion in reserve.
Your grand champion junior beef showman is Megan Hughes. Your reserve champion junior beef showman is Max Kohler. We'll get those pictures here taken here in a minute. Again, that junior beef sponsor trophy, junior beef showmanship sponsor trophy, Gordon Bud Madison Memorial, and reserve beef showmanship trophy, Carl Mental Memorial. Thanks to those people, we'll get those pictures taken here, and then we'll get moved on to the Class 1 of market steers here in a minute. In the action to thank the fair queens that are here presenting the trophies and the ribbons today. Queen Megan Wells and Lily Proctor, they're here presenting the trophies and ribbons today. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, we're ready to start and move into our market steer division. Class 1 can now enter the ring. We have 5 steers in this Class 1 with weights ranging from 1,104 pounds to 1,201 pounds. Entering the ring will be Maggie Begbie, Max Kohler, Maggie Begbie again with the second steer, Ann Barrett, and Haley May Hughes. So there'll be 5 steers in this Class 1 market steer. As we start this market division, you'll notice that each exhibitor on their exhibitor tag has their rate of gain sticker. It's always interesting to note the difference in the rate of gains of the steers. We got ranges in this class from 2.2 to 2.95. So we got 5 steers in this class, ranging in weight from 1104 to 1201. This morning before the beef show, the superintendents decided that today's show would be a blow and go show, so you're not going to see any fancy fit jobs on these calves, but due to the mud and the weather conditions, for everybody's best interest, they decided to go blow and go, which just basically means your calf is blown and brought into the ring.
a nice class of steers out here as we go ahead and start the market show out here. As we get into this light class of market steers, I think all of these cattle would definitely benefit with a few more days on feed. But with that being said, the young lady's steer that goes ahead and wins the class does so fairly handily for me. I think when we study that one, just in terms of muscle shape, I think that one definitely leads the class. He's super cracked open at the top side of his skeleton, and he runs a lot of product from his shoulder down through his hip and down through his stifle. He gets out and moves fairly well, as we can see. That's definitely an athletic calf. If you want to be That's definitely an athletic calf. If we want to be critical of one, I'd maybe like to change how he operates off of his rear pasterns, but again, a nice one to go ahead and win this class. The next logical place for me is this young lady's peach-colored steer. This one gets out and moves very soundly and very fundamentally well. You study this one from the ground, you really like his feet and legs, really like his hip and hind leg design. You step in behind him, he's got plenty of muscle, and he's got a really productive type of rib shape, and the young lady gets him set up on the profile. He gives you a pretty dang nice look too. That's a really nice one to go second there. Young man's black calf coming out here in third is just a really nice practical type of calf. He maybe doesn't come supplied with all the extras that the steers in front of him have in terms of look, but that's a really nice practical type of animal. Gets out and moves really well. He's got some shape at the top side of his skeleton, and he's got plenty of product. Again, I'd just maybe like to see a few more days on feed for that one to get him a little bit higher and a little bit more punch at the top side of his skeleton and a little bit more look to get him any higher in the class. Young ladies, the next two steers kind of rounding out the class here, I think are cut from a similar mold, but the young lady's black baldy steer out here that goes ahead and goes fourth, I think just has the advantage in terms of muscle expression and muscle shape. If we critique this one, I'd maybe like to see him just a touch softer in through his midrib there, and maybe design him a little bit differently in his hip and hind leg, just to make him a little bit more attractive in that aspect, but that's a nice one to go forward. I'd also like to kind of mirror some of the same things in that black calf as I would this red calf. They're kind of built very similarly. He just maybe doesn't come supplied with as much muscle and product at the top side of the skeleton as the calf that goes ahead of him. Folks, that's a nice class of calves. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Placing first in that class, receiving a purple ribbon, was Ann Barrett. Placing second and also receiving a purple ribbon was Haley Mae Hughes. Placing third, receiving a blue ribbon, was Max Kohler. Placing fourth and receiving a blue ribbon was Maggie Begbie. And placing fifth and also receiving a blue ribbon was also Maggie Begbie. Now entering the ring will be Class 2 market steers. We have 5 steers in this class, ranging in weight from 1216 to 1267. Just wanted to mention again that the Balfour Barnstormers are selling raffle tickets for a Split the Pot raffle. Right now the pot is at $250 and will continue to grow. Tickets are $1 a piece or 6 for $5. They are located in the northeast corner of the show arena and would love to sell you a raffle ticket. The 5 steers in Class 2 are now in the ring. Exhibitors are Grant McAllister, Ava Grindle, Megan Hughes, Mason Kohler, and Dylan Cox.
a really nice class of steers out here, and I think a really interesting pair to go ahead and lead off the class with. And if you see them different out here, I completely respect that, because I think there's two different types of cattle out here that go first and second, and I think there's definitely some discussion to go either way with them. But for me, the young lady star-headed steer go ahead and wins the class for me, because he has those market steer fundamentals, but he comes to us in a show steer package. He's got plenty of muscle at the top side of his skeleton. He's got a really bold and robust rib cage for that ribeye to sit on there. He gets out and moves fairly well, and when the young lady gets out and sets him up on the profile, he gives us a killer look from the side. He's super trim and extended through that front end. He gives us a really nice and balanced profile. I think that one just goes ahead and wins it for me, just because he can get out here and give us those market calf fundamentals in a show steer package. A really nice calf coming out here in second that probably has the advantage just in terms of muscle at the lower portion of his body there. He turns a little bit more shape to his stifle, and he's probably a little bit more progressive in his finish. But for me, he's just a little bit more chesty. I'd like to trim him up and make him more attractive in that aspect, but that's a really nice one to go ahead and go second. The young man's black steer coming out here in third. Fits pretty comfortably in third for me. I think this is a really practical type of steer. He gets out and moves really well. He's got enough muscle to meet his ribeye requirements. He's just not quite as stout as some of the other calves in front of him, and he doesn't come with as much look when he gets set up on the profile. But again, a nice practical calf to go ahead and go third there. The young lady's peach steer coming out here next, I think would definitely benefit with a few more days on feed, where he comes out here and I prefer him over the young man's baldy calf rounding out the class. I think he's just a little bit more correct in how he gets out and travels. He's a lot more comfortable in his spine and a lot more comfortable on his feet and legs. This young man's baldy steer rounding out the class out here is packed with muscle. He's got plenty of shape at the top side of his skeleton, but I think he might have a little bit too much muscle for his skeleton to carry comfortably. He gets up in his top and he's a little bit bolder and coarser shouldered there. I'd like to fix him in that aspect, but again, a nice group of calves there. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause, please.
Placing first in that class and receiving a purple ribbon was Megan Hughes. Placing second and also receiving a purple ribbon was Dylan Cox. Placing third, receiving a blue ribbon, was Mason Kohler. And placing fourth was Ava Grendel, also receiving a blue ribbon. And rounding out the class, placing fifth, was Grant McAllister with a blue ribbon. Now entering the ring will be Class 3 market steers. We have 5 exhibitors in this class with calves ranging from 1,274 pounds to 1,327. Exhibitors will be Ava Grendel, Sydney Roberg, Logan Hughes, Dylan Cox, and Lydia Foose.
Say something to me. You were really fun. I was. Oh yeah, you were good. They're just over there. Okay, good. You're good. You shouldn't fight. Oh no.
Another nice group of steers out here, and your guys' county fair may not quite have the numbers as some other places, but there's definitely some depth of quality here and some good cattle coming out here especially, and I think you all need to be proud of that. The one that goes ahead and wins this class for me does so fairly handily because, again, he's kind of the combination steer when we get him out here. He gets out and he moves out well enough. He's got plenty of muscle at the top side of his skeleton and down in through his stifle. He's maybe not as big-ended as some of the other cattle that go below him, but he also just combines so many good features into one complete package that kind of just surfaces to the top for me to go ahead and win this class fairly handily. The discussion between second and third gets pretty close for me. I think there's two different types of cattle out here that you could probably make an argument for one way or the other. The young lady steer that's carrying just a touch of bloat out here goes ahead and gets that second spot for me. He's just got so much more muscle in him, I think, and when the young lady gets him set up on the profile, he still manages to give you a pretty decent look. That one kind of gets out and struggles on the move a little bit, and I'd like to make him a little bit more comfortable in that aspect, take some of that bloat off of him, and it might be a different story. But again, that's a nice calf to go ahead and go second. Really appreciate the young man Smoky calf coming out here in third, and I think there's a lot of things you like about that one. That one's so square at the top side of his skeleton, and he's got a lot of muscle up there. He's got a really soft and productive rib cage. He's got plenty of boldness and sprung about his rib. He just comes to us a little bit coarser in his look than in comparison to some of the other calves. He gets a little bit crestier necked and doesn't proportion out quite as well through his side profile. But again, that's a nice one to go third. Young lady Shorthorn appearing calf coming out here in fourth is a nice calf. He's got some nice depth of body, gets out and moves around the ring really well. I think I just need to see more of this one. I need to step in behind him and see a little bit more pin width and a little bit more shakedown in through his stifle. But again, that's a nice one to go fourth. And the young lady's black steer going ahead and rounding out the class, I think is one that would also definitely benefit with a few more days on feed. I think we see that one back out here in another 30 days on feed. It might be a different story, and he might be able to move up a few spots, but that's how I see him today. Folks, let's give them a round of applause, please.
Placing first in that class and receiving a purple ribbon was Dylan Cox. Placing second in that class and receiving a purple ribbon was Sydney Rohrberg. Placing third and also receiving a purple was Logan Hughes. Placing fourth and receiving a blue ribbon was Ava Grendel. And placing fifth and receiving a blue ribbon was Lydia Foose. Now in the ring will be Class 4 market steers, exhibitors Ava Grendel, Stephen Barrett, Caleb Urban, and Carson Chilton. Class 4, go ahead and enter the ring. The steers will range in weight in this class from 1344 to 1378. Class 4 now enter the ring.
Well, hi.
Beef superintendents here today. Brady Smith and Jeff Dean have put a lot of time and work and over the years helping this beef project succeed for a lot of different members over the years. I think this is probably Jeff's, I'm just guessing here, but somewhere between 35 and 40 years Jeff's been your beef superintendent, and Brady I think is like 14, 15 years. So these guys have put in a lot of time and effort. They do it because they love the 4-Hers, they love the 4-H program, and they love the Market Beef Project. So if you see them, sure give them a big thanks and a big round of applause. The Iowa Corn Growers Trailer is currently here now and is located up by the commercial building and the block building. So if you got a chance, stop up and look at the Corn Growers Association trailer.
an interesting class out here as we start to get into some of these heavier cattle. And I think there's definitely some discussion between these top 3 cattle for me. If you see them a different way, I definitely listen to it. But the young man's red steer goes ahead and wins the class for me just because he does the fundamentals so well compared to some of his classmates out here. I think this one gets out and moves fairly well. He's definitely progressive in his finish. He's got enough muscle over the top side of his skeleton, and I think he turns just a little bit more muscle down in through his lower quarter and stifle compared to another calf in this class. But again, this one just wins this class just because that's a good market animal, and if you put a few of those on feed, I don't think you'd get hurt any day of the week. That's a nice calf to go ahead and win this class. Another nice red calf coming out here in second. And I think for me where this one gets into a little bit of trouble is when we study this one, how he moves off of his hind end. I'd maybe like to make him a little bit more comfortable in his pastern, maybe see him with a hoof trim here, and maybe get out here a little bit more comfortably, but that's definitely a nice calf to go ahead and go second out here today. Young man, if this calf had a little bit more punch and muscle, he might be able to move up a few spots. I'd argue that this is one of the soundest calves in the class. He gets out and he carries his spine super well, and he gets out and floats about the ring. I think this one has enough muscle. He just definitely tapers down to the base of his rib, and when you step in behind him, he gets a little flatter in through his stifle and lower quarter there. The young man's calf coming out here and rounding out the class definitely has the advantage in terms of muscle and power and stoutness. This is definitely the biggest ended calf out here in the class. He just comes to us with a structural deficit. I think we need to change how this one's designed off of both ends and allow him to get out here and travel a little bit more comfortably to get him any higher in the class. But again, a nice class of calves. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Placing first in that class, receiving a purple ribbon, was Carson Chilton. Placing second, receiving a purple ribbon, was Ava Grendel. Placing third, receiving a blue ribbon, was Caleb Urban. And placing fourth and receiving a blue ribbon was Stephen Barrett. Now entering the ring will be class number 5, market steers. Exhibitors will be Dylan Poles, Ryan Stortenbecker, Sydney Roberg, Maya Urban, and Nathan Roberg. Steers in the next class will range in weight from 1432 to 1501.
An interesting group of steers as we start to dive deeper into these heavier calves. We're starting to get into the 1400s, a lot more progressive finish on these cattle, and definitely some differences in terms of muscling and finish and structure as we start to dive into these. But the young lady's calf goes ahead and wins it for me, just because I think this one gets out and travels good enough. He's got plenty of muscle. He's definitely he's obviously been a soft type of steer, really productive in his type and kind, and he's obviously done really well for this young lady in terms of days on feed. If you'd like to be critical of that one, I'd definitely like to change him and make him a little bit more comfortable in how he travels off of his hock and pastern. But again, I think for how heavy that one is, I still think he gets out and moves fairly well. Young man's Angus appearing steer coming out here in second. Really appreciate the presentation and hair coat on this one. I know at home that takes a lot of work, and that's really nice to see out here. I think when we study this one from the profile, he tends to wedge up the opposite way we'd like to see him. He's a little bit chest heavy, and when we step in behind the cattle, he definitely tapers to the base of his leg there. He's a little bit flatter in his lower quarter there. I'd like to see him with a little bit more punch in that aspect. Really nice calf coming out here in third for the young man's red steer. I think this one's definitely just a little bit rounder in terms of his overall appearance and makeup. I'd like to see him with a little bit more squareness there at the top side of his skeleton, but a nice productive calf to go ahead and go third there. Kind of the same story here in this young lady's black and white steer coming out here. Really like this one. Obviously a really productive, good type of calf. Just maybe doesn't come supplied with some of the extras as we see in some of the calves in front of him. A really nice calf to go ahead and round out the class for this young man. He's definitely got plenty of muscle, and he's obviously done all right for days on feed. I just like to change this one in terms of his structure. He tends to get up in his spine and step on the outside toe there. I'd like to fix him structurally, but again, a nice class of calves there. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause, please.
Placing first in that class, receiving a purple ribbon, was Sydney Roberg. Placing second with a purple was Nathan Roberg. Placing third with a blue is Ryan Stortenbecker. Placing fourth with a blue is Maya Urban. And placing fifth with a blue is Dylan Poles. Now entering the ring will be class number 6, market steers. We'll have 3 exhibitors in that class. Natalie Goodman, Carson Chilton, and Ryan Stortenbecker. Steers in this class will range from 1539 to 1766. In this heavyweight group of steers, we want to recognize the champion rate of gain and reserve champion rate of gain are both in this class. Ryan Stortenbecker with your champion rate of gain, and Natalie Goodman with reserve champion rate of gain with 4.26 and 3.83 pounds of gain respectively. Champion rate of gain trophy will be sponsored by Heartland Co-op, and reserve rate of gain trophy will be sponsored by the Jim Spicer Memorial. So at the conclusion of this class, if there's a representative from them to come down, and we'll get their picture.
Really impressive trio of steers out here as we finish up our last class of steers for the day. And I think it's really impressive that these cattle are so advanced in their weight and their condition, but they've still managed to keep their legs and joints about them and still be able to move out here comfortably. I think that's really impressive. For me, there's two steers that soared up just because I appreciate their cutability a little bit more. I think they're a little bit leaner in their condition, but they're definitely progressive in their fat cover. And for me, the young man steer goes ahead and wins the class for me just because he gives us a little bit more look. I think when you study that one as a market animal, he's definitely got a productive type of rib cage about him. He's got some muscle out of the back side of his shoulder there and down in through his stifle. He gets out and moves fairly well, but I think that one just handles probably a little bit better for me in comparisons to some of the other steers out here. I still think he's definitely got the progressive finish on him to maybe go out and garner a cutability grade out there once we take him to harvest, but a nice calf to go ahead and win this class. Kind of the same to echo this young lady's white steer out here. He's definitely got muscle. He's progressive in his finish, but I think he's a little bit more appropriate than the steer that goes behind him. He's just maybe not quite as balanced when you step out of the side and set him up on the profile, but a nice productive calf to go second in this class. Young man steer, I think this is the heaviest calf I've ever had the opportunity to judge. He's obviously been very productive on feed for this young man. I think he could have just been done a couple days ago. I think this one, when we take these things to harvest, he might have a little bit extra KPH fat there and maybe get dinged a little bit there for his cutability. But again, a nice productive group of calves. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause, please.
Placing first in that class, receiving a purple ribbon, was Carson Chilton. Placing second was Natalie Goodman. And placing third was Ryan Stortenbecker. We're now taking pictures of your champion rate of gain. Ryan Storkenbecker is now getting his picture taken. Rate of gain was 4.26, so congratulations, Ryan. Now getting their picture is our reserve champion rate of gain, Natalie Goodman, with a rate of gain of 3.83. So congratulations, Natalie. Before we get started with our grand champion selection, we want to take a second to recognize a couple people that are going to be your inductees into the Iowa 4-H Hall of Fame this year from Mills County. So we want to recognize David and Mary Trowbridge for all they have done for the Bee Project in Mills County. David and Mary Trowbridge have been involved in Mills County 4-H since 2008, when their youngest daughter Mackenzie joined the Mills County Prize Winners 4-H Club. David has been a lifelong 4-H'er, showing cattle at the Holt County Fair in Nebraska. Growing up in rural Nebraska on a dairy farm, David decided to pursue animal husbandry at the University of Nebraska, where he met Mary, who was enrolled in the education program for physical education. After graduating college, they moved to Southwest Iowa and raised a brood of 5 children. Always active as parents and as leaders in their community, they were on the go from sporting events to work and on to a band recital. When their youngest joined 4-H, they both took on leadership roles within the county and started the Trowbridge Calf Class, where they loaned their calves and heifers to 4-H'ers who did not have access to cattle to show at the fair. The program consists of weekly meetings for the kids to learn about animal care, grooming, showing, and the agricultural significance of livestock. This program has impacted many lives since its birth in 2011, helping families show livestock independently, as well as inspiring a few children to take up careers in agriculture. Not only has this program helped grow the number of cattle being shown in our county, but it has also helped spark similar programs within other livestock groups. David and Mary's dedication to 4-H and its value of hard work and perseverance have been an integral part of the success of the Trowbridge Calf Class, where without their true passion and love for the program and their students, they would have never been able to sustain this class. They are strong supporters of 4-H and live by the ideals set forth in our pledge, especially that we use our hands for larger service in our community. In every action they take, they are looking to create a culture of love and support within their community, and have told everyone that will listen that 4-H is a place where love is fostered and moral fortitude is built. They are grateful to be part of such a wonderful community and will continue to support Mills County 4-H in any way they can. Congratulations to David and Mary Trowbridge on their induction in the Iowa 4-H Hall of Fame. As soon as we get done with these pictures for David and Mary, we're going to have your selection of your champion market steer this year's show. So your class winners will all enter the ring here in a minute. winner of the first class was Ann Barrett. Start heading this way and enter the ring. Class 2 was Megan Hughes. Class 3 was Dylan Cox. Class 4 was Carson Chilton. And Class 5, Sydney Roberg. Class 6, Carson Chilton. So those 6 steers, go ahead and enter the ring for your champion market steer drive. While we get ready to select this champion, just want to announce the trophy sponsors. Grand Champion Steer trophy is sponsored by the Glenwood Area Chamber of Commerce. And there's also a banner for the Grand Champion Steer that is sponsored by B. Smith Feed and Supply. The Reserve Grand Champion Steer trophy is provided by the Dick Bowden family. And the Reserve Champion Steer banner is provided by AgriVision. These 6 steers now in the ring and are exhibiting for the honor of Grand Champion Market Steer.
Folks, if you would, please give these steer exhibitors a big round of applause. A really nice show out here today from top to bottom. We didn't see any bad cattle, personally, I don't think. And we had a great group of kids out here, and it makes my job a lot of fun out here, getting to work with good kids that are professional. They present themselves well, and they're just great all-around kids. And I think that's something that you as a county should be very proud of out here. I'm not going to go back through and talk these steers. I think I talked them enough. I think I talked them enough out here during class. There's definitely two that surface to the top in my mind, and I think they're both really good, fundamentally good fat steers. There's one that just kind of has the edge for me in terms of having the muscle in the right places and the finish in the right places, and kind of being at that weight that we all like them. So for me, let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause. I'll go get you a champion or reserve steer.
Grand Champion Market Steer is exhibited by Dylan Cox. Now wait a second for the second place in that class to come down, which was exhibited by Sydney Robert. She'll be headed down here in a second to compete for the reserve champion. Reserve Champion Steer is exhibited by Megan Hughes. Take a second and get your pictures of your Grand and Reserve Champion here with their trophies and banners. Following the pictures here, we will move right into our market heifer class. So we'll do our first call for the class of market heifers. We'll have 3 exhibitors, Colton Burgoyne, Mason Kohler, and Wyatt Schmidt with their market heifers. Start to head this way. As soon as we get these pictures taken, we'll move right into that. Congratulations to Dylan. Now we'll get our picture of our reserve champion, Megan Hughes.
I have Silas's tickets. Okay. I can't see you. It's out of the ring now.
What we already saw is people in the concession stand.
I'm just telling people in the concession stand.
Congratulations, Megan.
All the Carters. Noah Carter, the little one.
What'd you say?
Class of market heifers can now enter the ring. We got market heifers that range in weight from 1042 to 1362.
nice class of market heifers out here. And the two that sort to the top for me, I think are cut from a similar mold. They're very similar in their type and kind. The young man's heifer that goes ahead and wins it for me just has a little bit more look from the side and is a little bit more proportional when we get them set up on the profile. You study her from behind, she's got plenty of muscle down on the top side of her skeleton, and definitely enough to meet her ribeye requirement. That's a nice calf to go ahead and win the class. Young man's heifer coming out here in second is another one that's obviously been very productive on feed. She's got plenty of muscle. She just comes to us a little bit more coarser in her appearance, and maybe not quite as attractive when we get them set up on the profile, but a really nice productive one to go second. Really appreciate a lot of things about the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. This is obviously the show calf in the class. She's got plenty of look. Really appreciate the nice fresh hair coat on that one. Unfortunately, I just need to see more of her. I need to see a little bit more weight on that one and a little bit more rate of gain to get her up any higher. If that one had another 100 pounds or so on her, she'd probably win the class, but that's how she goes today. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause, please.
Your grand champion market heifer is exhibited by Colton Burgoyne. Placing second in the class, and your reserve champion market heifer Wyatt Schmidt. And third place in that class, Mason Kohler, receiving a red ribbon. Your trophy for your champion market heifer is provided by the Harold Moracle Memorial. Champion market heifer banner by the Steve and Carol Vinton family. Congratulations, Colton. We'll now get a picture of your reserve champion market heifer with a trophy provided by Agriland FS and reserve champion market heifer banner by the Steve and Carol Vinton family. Now going to show for your Supreme Champion Market Animal of the Mills County Fair. This is where we will show off the Grand Champion Steer versus the Grand Champion Market Heifer. With the champion of this class, will be able to represent Mills County at the shootout, which will be held the end of July at the end of West Fair. If you're not familiar with the shootout, it's where the 10 counties of Southwest Iowa come together and show off against all the grand champions of the other counties. So the Supreme Market Animal will be able to represent Mills County at that show. So now entering the ring will be Dylan Cox, your champion steer, and Colton Burgoyne with the champion market heifer.
A very good market show today. Maybe not quite the numbers, as I said earlier, in some places, but you definitely had some depth of quality in a lot of these classes, and I think that's definitely something to be proud of as a county. In terms of picking a Supreme Market Animal, for me, it's got to be this young man steer. That's a pretty nice one to go ahead and win this county fair. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Dylan Cox, your Supreme Champion Market Animal, Mills County Fair. We'll now switch gears and move into our breeding beef show. So we'll have first call for your class 1 of purebred heifers with Ryan Stortenbecker with 2 exhibits and Jamie Vinton.
I literally did not touch it.
A nice group of calves out here, and the young lady's Hereford female that's going to be your champion Hereford, I think is definitely a single entry that could have stood some competition out here. You really appreciate the genuine build of this one. She's definitely correct in her lines and very comfortable in her structure and correct in her structure. I think if you want to change this one, maybe just soften her up through the center portion of her body and make her a little bit trimmer there from the point of her shoulder up to her chin there. But again, that's a really nice single entry Hereford to go ahead and be your champion Hereford out here today. really appreciate this pair of Angus females coming out here for your champion and reserve Angus. The young man's heifer that goes ahead and wins the Angus division for me, I think is just a little bit more my speed in terms of structure. I think she's a little bit more correct in the angle of her shoulder there. She gets out and moves fairly well. She's definitely lean in her condition, and that's all right. I definitely appreciate how honest these cattle are in terms of their condition. That's not to take away from the second place Angus heifer though. That's definitely a productive type of female that'll do really well in a replacement type setting. She just maybe isn't quite as correct out of her front end in terms of structure. But a nice trio of heifers there. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause, please.
Champion Hereford heifer was exhibited by Jamie Vinton, and champion Angus heifer exhibited by Ryan Storkenbecker. We'll now move into our crossbred class. Looks like we have 5 exhibitors in this first class of crossbred heifers: Megan Hughes, Ava Grindle, Levi McDonald, Ann Barrett, and Kaylee Chilton.
really nice pair of heifers that go ahead and sort to the top of this class for me. And I think there's definitely some discussion in terms of their differences. But the young man's Baldy heifer goes ahead and wins this class for me just because she's more my type and kind. She's not quite as stout and growthy as the heifer that goes in second, but I just appreciate how much more feminine she is in her head and neck shape. I think this one's definitely honest in her condition, and you step in behind her, you'd maybe like to see a little bit more width in power from end to end, but I think that's just a really nice, productive type of animal to go ahead and put in the replacement pen and turn it into a cow in the future. That's a nice one to go ahead and win this class. Young lady's heifer coming out here in second is definitely the power heifer of the class. She gets out and moves really well, especially for how much power she has. You study that calf from end to end. She's definitely stout and bold in her rib shape. I think that one's just a little bit coarser up front, and especially in terms of her head and neck. I'd like to refine her and feminize her up there in that aspect, but that's a really nice one to go ahead and go second. Really nice shorthorn appearing heifer coming out here for the young lady in third. She's definitely leaner and greener in her condition, and I really appreciate her genuine build and structural correctness. I just really need to see more of that one. I'd like to see that one definitely a lot more softer in the center portion of her rib and make her look a little bit more productive in that aspect, but that's a nice one to go third. Young lady Charolais influence heifer coming out here to round out the class. A nice calf that we really appreciate the genuine build. She just definitely gives up a lot in terms of performance and growth to get me higher in this class. Let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause, please.
Placing first in that class of commercial heifers was Levi McDonald with a purple ribbon. Placing second in that class with a purple ribbon was Ann Barrett. Placing third and receiving a blue ribbon was Ava Grindle. And placing fourth was Kaylee Chilton. Now entering the ring will be our second class of commercial breeding heifers. Exhibitors in this next class will be Stephen Barrett, Nathan Roberg, McKenna Kohler, Max Kohler, and Alyssa Montgomery. Been asked to announce that the pony rides and barrel train is already beginning down here for the kids that are interested in the pony rides and barrel train. And as well as this afternoon at 1 o'clock will be our pedal pull. We've moved that indoors for the day due to the weather, and that will now be in the commercial building at 1 o'clock. So those interested in the pedal pull this afternoon at 1 o'clock in the commercial building.
nice class of heifers out here, and the one that wins this class goes ahead and wins this class fairly handily for me. I think this one is the most problem-free heifer of the group. I think if you study this one from her chest to her pins, I think you'd like to skinny this one up just a touch. I think she's getting a little bit chubby for me personally, but I don't think it's too far out of line. This young man gets her set up from the profile. She gives you a really nice, long spine, feminine look, very smooth from the side, gets out and travels and floats around the ring really well. Like a lot of things about that one. Really appreciate the extra boldness and spring of rib that one has, especially when you view her from the 3/4 angle. That's a nice heifer to go ahead and win this class. I think you take a step back and look at this heifer coming out here, the young man's Baldy heifer. You really like that one. She's definitely deep and soggy, and she's obviously very productive in her type and kind. Again, this is one that I think is getting too forward in her condition. I think it's also possibly getting to the point where it's starting to cause maybe a slight structural deficit. I'd also like to change this one in how she travels out of her pasture and make her a little bit more comfortable and flexible in that aspect to get her to move any higher, but that's a nice one to go second. A little bit different type and kind of heifer to coming out here in the young lady's shorter switched heifer. She's maybe a little bit shallower in her middle rib there, but again, you really like the extra added power and look she gives you, especially up through her front end. That's a nice one to go third. She gets out and moves fairly well. That's a nice calf, young lady. Congratulations. Young lady's red heifer out here is kind of different, especially these next two heifers are kind of different in their type and kind compared to the heifers in front of them. Maybe not as stout and powerful and heavy muscled as some of them, but this young lady's red heifer coming out here definitely gives you an easy keeping, low maintenance look. She's definitely got a nice set of feet and legs on her to go out and last a long time out in the pasture and be a productive cow. Kind of the same to be said for the young man's black heifer that rounds out the class. Excuse me. That's a nice flexible type of heifer, just a little bit shallower and lower performing for me to get any higher. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a round of applause, please.
Placing first in that class, receiving a purple ribbon, Nathan Rohrberg. Placing second in the class, Stephen Barrett, also with a purple ribbon. Placing third, receiving blue, McKenna Kohler. Placing fourth, Alicia Montgomery. And placing fifth, Max Kohler. We'll now have commercial cow-calf, Kaylee Chilton. We're now showing for commercial champion heifer, our two class winners in the commercial class. We got Levi McDonald with his champion from the class 1 of commercial heifers, and then we got Nathan Rohrberg for his winner of class 2 commercial heifers.
really nice pair of heifers out here for your champion commercial heifer. The young man's Baldy heifer that goes ahead and wins that first class, I think is one that you really appreciate for just how feminine and correct she is. She maybe doesn't have quite the power and the sogginess, and there's not quite as much heifer there in comparison to the heifer behind her, but that's definitely a really nice replacement female. Take that one home and she'll make a heck of a cow for you. You'll like a lot of things about that one. Young man's heifer coming out here in the second class, I think has all those extras. She's got the extra power and stoutness and boldness of rib when you step in and view her from the 3/4 view and from behind. She also gives you a really nice look. Really appreciate the nice fresh hair coat that the young man's got on that heifer. I think that one's pretty undeniable out here. She's going to go ahead and be your champion commercial heifer out here today. Congratulations.
Champion commercial heifer shown by Nathan Rohrberg. Now bring in your crossbred cow calf, Kaylee Chilton.
As we bring these heifers out here for reserve commercial, you definitely appreciate the young man's Baldy heifer out here in second, how powerful and how soggy and how much extra there is of her. But unfortunately, she just comes to us not quite as correct at the ground in terms of her feet and legs. The young man's Baldy heifer out of the first class is going to be your reserve commercial heifer here today. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion commercial heifer shown by Levi McDonald. Now we will bring in our commercial cow-calf, Kaylee Chilton.
A really nice single entry out here in the commercial cow-calf division, and you really like the refinement and teat structure on this young lady's cow out here. A younger cow, and she's maybe a little bit skinnier in her condition than you'd like to see, but when they're out here taking care of their calf like that, you really appreciate them in that aspect. Young lady's calf out here at side, she's got some muscle and she's got some product. She's got some growth ability to her. Really nice pair out there. Let's give them those two a round of applause, please.
Kaylee Chilton received a purple ribbon for her champion commercial cow-calf pair. Now going to show for Supreme Champion Market Beef. You had your champion Hereford heifer, Jamie Vinton, entering the ring. Well, first you had your champion commercial cow-calf pair by Kaylee Chilton. And then Jamie Vinton with your champion Hereford. Now entering the ring is Nathan Rohrberg, who exhibited the champion commercial heifer. Then followed by that will be Ryan Stortenbecker, who exhibited the champion Angus heifer. Trophy sponsors for the champion breeding beef will be the Russell Crouch Memorial with the champion breeding beef banner by Leroy and Kelly Stortenbecker. Reserve champion breeding beef will be Heartland Co-op. And reserve champion breeding beef banner will be Mark and Julie Schoening. So if any of those representatives are here, we will get pictures with those exhibitors of those awards here shortly.
Thanks, Nathan.
Folks, let's go ahead and give these breeding exhibitors a round of applause, please. Just to echo what I said out here in the steer show, maybe not quite the numbers, but again, you've still definitely got some quality out here. This is a really nice, refreshing lineup of cattle out here. They're all productive and they're all good in their own right. Just a little piece of advice I'd like to pass on to you all as young cattle breeders. Hopefully you take these animals home and turn them into cows and use them to further on your herd and do whatever you please see with them. My advice to you is to raise the type of cattle that you like. As long as you can find a way to make those cattle productive members of this industry and make them work and you like them, that's all that matters at the end of the day. It's just my opinion out here today. You like your cattle a different way and that's just fine. Keep doing what you're doing as long as you're happy with them. That's how it's got to be at the end of the day. So folks, let's go ahead and give these kids one more big round of applause. I'll go out and get you a champion in reserve.
Your Supreme Champion Breeding Beef exhibited by Nathan Roberg, and your Reserve Champion Breeding Beef by Levi McDonald. Congratulations. We will now move into our feeder calf show and bucket calf show. Next class will be male feeder calves. Looks like we have two exhibitors, Landon Blades and Mason Kendrick.
I love those lids. I know.
that in there?
It might have been.
So where are you guys putting this?
So this is on YouTube. So this is like on YouTube
On
right
the Mills
now.
County one?
Yep. Yep.
So these are the two exhibitors of your male feeder calves, Landon Blades and Mason Kendrick. Follow that, the next class will be your female feeder calves. Looks like we have 3 exhibitors in that class. Then followed by that, we will have our bucket calf class.
Really nice pair of male feeder calves out here. For me, it's the young man solid black half that I think has a little bit more punch and a little bit more power when you study him from behind. He sets down on a little bit bigger foot and bone. Really nice growthy calf there to go ahead and win this class. Nice, really nice exhibitor up there as well. Young man's baldy calf coming out here in second is again another really nice growthy calf. Keep feeding him, young man. Keep working on him. Bring him back next year. Let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause, please.
Placing first in that class was Mason Kendrick, and placing second was Landon Blade. We'll now move on to our heifer feeder calves. Looks like we have 3 exhibitors, Stephen Barrett, Ann Barrett, and Braden Tanner. Go ahead and enter the ring, heifer feeder calf class.
nice trio of feeder heifers out here, and the young man's Baldy heifer wins this class fairly handily for me. She's obviously a little bit older than some of these other two calves, but I think she still has the advantage in terms of growth and performance on her side. That's a very nice calf. She sets down on a nice, real big foot and good heavy bone there. Young man gets her stopped and set up on the profile. She actually gives you a really nice look. That's a big outline, long spine one. It'll be interesting to see that one progress onto a mature female. Young lady's heifer coming out here in second is a really attractive, really showy type of female. You'll really appreciate how neat this one is made up to her front end. She also has a little bit more pop and squareness at the top side of her skeleton. Really like that one as well. She just comes to us at a little bit of an age deficit, but that's all right. We'll give that one time to grow and mature. We'll see her back here in the future. Young man coming out here rounding out the class does a great job showing this calf. He's obviously spent a lot of time at home working on this one, and I hope he keeps showing and keeps raising good cattle. That's a really nice productive type of female out here, just maybe not quite as attractive as some of the heifers that go ahead and go in front of him. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause, please.
Placing first in that class of heifer feeder calves was Stephen Barrett with the purple. Placing second, also with the purple, was Ann Barrett. And placing third with the purple ribbon was Braden Tanner. We will now show for overall champion feeder calf. We had the champion male with Mason Kendrick and the champion female with Stephen Barrett showing off for champion feeder calf.
A really nice pair of calves out here when we get them out here for the champion overall feeder animal. For me, it's the young man's Baldy heifer that's going to go ahead and be your champion feeder animal. Just really appreciate the extra foot and bone work that that one has and the extra growth and performance that she offers. That's a nice one to go ahead and win this class here. We bring the young ladies reserve feeder heifer out here for contention. I think you really appreciate that one just for how cool that one is made and how much future I think that one has. I think she's going to go ahead and be your reserve feeder animal. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your champion feeder calves, grand champion Stephen Barrett, and reserve champion Ann Barrett. We'll now move on to our bucket calf show. Looks like we have a couple of exhibitors in your bucket calf, Kelsey Hughes and Corbin Tanner.
Did you look at that?
Go ahead and give these two exhibitors a round of applause, please. A really good pair of young people out here, and I'd like to thank you both for coming out here, and I hope you keep following your passion for cattle and agriculture because you guys are the future, and I think it's really important to start at this age and keep learning. So I hope you two keep learning, keep working at it. You're both very knowledgeable about your calves. Keep working on them. Young lady's going to be your champion, and you're going to be reserve, young man. Congratulations. Good job.
Does Eli know he's
I don't know why.
Your champion 4-H bucket calf was to Kelsey Hughes, and your reserve champion bucket calf to Corbin Tanner. Next entering the ring will be your open class bucket calves, so they can go ahead and enter the ring as soon as these pictures get out of the way. As we finish up the show, I want to thank again our judge for the day, Cade Brocker. Thanks for coming down for the day, Cade. Cade's from Underwood with a nice group of Simmental and show cattle up there at Underwood, Iowa, so thank him for coming down. Open class bucket calves, go ahead and enter the ring. I don't have a list of the exhibitors here for this open class, but we're going to have them all the kids say their name here on the microphone. Cade's going to go around and have each kid introduce themselves here on the microphone. Say this is just a fun little class, open class with a lot of kids that are just too young, not in 4-H yet. Gives them a good chance to show a calf, get a little experience here in the ring. We got a lot of interest in these bucket calves and some young kids. So we even have an open class cow. So it's just a fun class with your kids showing open class. This is your last class of the day, so thanks everybody for coming down. But like I said, this class is just a fun class with all these kids showing in an open class. What's your name?
Mara.
Mara, what's your calf's name?
Puff Doggy Dog.
Puff Doggy Dog, I like it. What's your favorite thing about your calf?
Daddy's red.
Daddy's red, very nice. Have you learned a lot?
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing you've learned?
Everything.
Everything, I like it. Always be eager to learn. Good job. What's your name?
Raylan.
Braylon, nice to meet you. What's your calf's name?
Layla.
Layla, very nice. What's your favorite thing about Layla? Anything? Everything, very nice. Have you learned anything? What's something that you've learned?
How to lead a calf.
Very good. That's very important to showing cattle. Keep up the good work, okay? What's your name? You say it again?
Adeline.
Very nice to meet you. What's your calf's name?
Sparkle.
Sparkle, very nice. What do you feed Sparkle?
Grain and grass.
Very good. She looks like she's doing very good on it. What's your favorite thing about her? She is very pretty. She's got a very sweet face. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work, okay? What's your name?
Michaela.
Kayla, nice to meet you. What's your calf's name here?
Georgie.
Georgie, very nice. What's your favorite thing about Georgie? He's got a pretty cool head. What does Georgie eat?
Hey.
Hey, very good. He looks like he's doing very good on it. Keep up the good work, okay?
Thank you.
Good job. How are you doing today, young man?
Good.
What's your name?
My name is DJ.
DJ, nice to meet you. What's your calf's name here?
Oreo.
Oreo, I like it. What's your favorite thing about Oreo?
Well, his excitement.
His excitement, I like it. Are you excited to be out here showing calves?
Yes.
Good deal. Are you going to keep showing calves?
Yes.
What's one thing that you've learned here this year with your calf?
Something I learned about my calf is that they're kind of not always in the mood to do it, but if you're in the mood, they'll always follow.
I like it. That's a good attitude to have. Keep up the good work, okay? Good job. What's your name?
Every.
Very nice to meet you. What's your calf's name? Kiki, very nice. What's your favorite thing about Kiki?
Very nice.
She is very nice. Have you learned anything this year? No? Well, at least you're honest. Are you going to learn something? Are you going to keep showing calves? You like it? That's good. Keep up the good work, okay? Keep learning. What's your name, young lady?
Sawyer.
Sawyer, very nice to meet you. What's your calf's name?
Star.
Star, very nice. What's your favorite thing about Star?
She feeds 4 babies.
She does feed a lot of babies. She looks like she's got a lot of milk there. Are you going to keep showing calves when you get older?
Yes.
Are you going to bring Star back in the future?
Yes.
I think she's putting her foot down on this one, Dad. What's your favorite thing you've learned so far?
Milking her.
You learned how to milk her? That's very awesome. We'll keep up the good work, okay? Keep showing. What's your name, young man?
Will.
Will, nice to meet you. What's your calf's name here?
Chocolate.
Chocolate. What's your favorite thing about Chocolate?
The energy and excitement.
Very good. Are you going to keep showing calves?
Yeah, probably.
Good deal. What's your favorite thing you've learned with Chocolate so far?
Probably about half suck, like the suck fingers.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? All right, well, keep up the good work. Keep learning, okay? What's your name, young man?
Helen.
Kellen, nice to meet you. What's your calf's name here?
Twinkle.
Twinkle. I think I've seen Twinkle already today.
Yeah, but it's this one cat. It's only.
Oh, okay. Very good. Well, we're glad to have you out here. What's your favorite thing about Twinkle?
She's fluffy.
She is pretty fluffy, isn't she? Have you learned anything good this year?
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing you've learned about the calves?
Tying up.
Learn how to tie them up. That's a good skill to learn early. Keep up the good work, young man.
Washing them.
Oh, and washing them. You're an overachiever. I like it. Keep up the good work, okay? Thanks for being out here. What's your name, young lady?
Aiden.
Jaden, nice to meet you. What's your calf's name? Gertie. I had a cow named Gertie when I was showing. Well, what's your favorite thing about Gertie? You don't know your favorite thing? Have you learned anything good? Well, are you going to try and learn in the future? Do you have someone that's going to teach you? Your dad's going to teach you? Well, good. I bet he's going to teach you a lot, okay? Keep up the good work, all right? Keep learning. What's your name, young lady?
Ella.
Ella, what's your calf's name here?
Cookie.
Cookie, very nice. What's your favorite thing about Cookie?
That she's sweet.
She's sweet, very nice. Have you learned anything good with Cookie?
Yeah.
What does Cookie eat?
She eats milk replacer, all stock and hay.
Very good. Does she eat cookies too? Have you tried? All right, we'll keep up the good work, okay? Thanks for being out here. What's your name, young lady?
Abby.
Nice to meet you. What's your calf's name?
Rosie.
Rosie, very nice. What's your favorite thing about Rosie?
That she's fluffy.
She's fluffy, very nice. She's got really fluffy, pretty red hair, doesn't she? Have you learned anything good with Rosie this year?
Yes.
What's your favorite thing you've learned?
How to feed her.
Very good. What does she eat then?
Milk and sweet feed.
Perfect. I like it. She's eating leaves, isn't she? All right. Well, thank you for being out here, okay? Keep learning, all right? Folks, let's give all these kids a round of applause out here. This is an awesome group of kids from top to bottom all the way throughout the day. I'd like to thank you all for having me out here. This has been a whole heck of a lot of fun. Great group of kids. I'd say your future down here is pretty strong here in Mills County. Let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause. We'll get them their ribbons. Thank you for having me out here. Thank you.